queues, ring groups. And that's going to be it for today. I will move on to other things like hot desking, call RD reformatting, and security, and the security side of 3CX tomorrow. Okay, so we're just at the initial screen for our 3CX setup wizard. From here, we have a few options. So you can either upload a configuration file, which is similar to like a backup, but it will do the entire 3CX setup wizard for you. It allows you to create extensions and queues and ring groups. Here's actually a default config file. So you can set things like you can apply your license, your FQDN, your ports in here, as well as set up like IVRs, user extensions, ring groups, things like that. So you can essentially have like a templated 3CX instance. And that's 3CX's recommended route for setting up your instance. But you can also use a backup file. If you're restoring from another 3CX instance, you can just back up and restore. Or you can just go through the setup wizard manually if you have a license key. And that's what we're going to do today. Just give me just 1 second to grab that key. Okay, there we go. Actually, before we go further on the setup wizard here, let me just go over everything you need to get this instance set up. So some prerequisites for your setup wizard is you got to install 3CX. You can either install 3CX on Windows or Debian. Windows, you can use Windows 10 64-bit, Windows Server 2016 or 2019, or Debian 10. So on whichever, if you choose Windows or Debian, you'll want to make sure there's no third-party software and the operating system is dedicated to 3CX. Also, let me put this link in the chat here. There's going to be minimum resource requirements based on your total extension count. You'll want to go over those to make sure you meet the 3CX minimum specs. Let me just throw that link in here. Give me 1 second. Oh, we're still hearing dings. Okay, let me try to fix the dings. I just threw that that link in the chat there. So that's 3CX recommended specs based on extension count. So that extension count doesn't just include your user extensions. That's going to include all your extensions. So IVRs, ring groups, queues, and user extensions. So grab your total extension count and calculate your specs based off that. Let me just, yes, this meeting will be recorded. It looks like Josh answered there. And let me just check those dings once more. That is getting a little bit annoying. Give me 1 second here. Okay, we already have play sounds disabled, so that's strange. But Josh, if you could take a look at that, I'm just going to continue on here. Okay, so let's continue on with some So if you're doing a self-hosted instance, you're going to have to do things like, as opposed to like hosting with Telin, you're going to have to do things like port forwarding to your 3CX instance. If you have remote extensions or just for your VoIP provider to reach your 3CX instance. Um, I'm going to put a link for ports in our chat too for required ports. It's going to be different uh, based on your setup. So here is all of the ports used by 3CX. Another thing you're going to want to do is make sure CPLG on your router is disabled, especially if you're using SBC or VPN, it's not as big of a deal. But if you're on stun, you're going to want to make sure CPLG is disabled. So I just threw the link for the ports used by 3CX in the chat. So depending on your requirements, you may need some or a lot of ports. That link is not working. Yeah, we already have joining chat notifications disabled. Understand it does not seem to be working right now, though. Okay, we're just gonna move on here. So SIP-LG, oh, you want that disabled on your router. It's also recommended to use a static public IP for your 3CX instance. If you're using a dynamic IP, anytime that IP changes, it can take your instance down with it. So it's not a very reliable setup. The only time you should use a dynamic IP is for testing purposes.
Yeah, Chris, real quick, are you still sitting on the username password screen, or is it hung up?
No, I'm still sitting here. I just wanted to go over the prerequisites before we continued on.
Okay. If you got something to display for everyone to see as you're going through them, that'd be great. Everyone thinks the screen's frozen. Guys, so the screen's not
Oh,
frozen. Hang on, somebody what?
the screen is not. Sorry for the confusion there. Yeah,
Yeah,
the screen is not
fill,
frozen.
fill it
I
out and
just
get it going.
okay. All right, we'll continue on here. I think that was everything for prerequisites anyway. Okay, so your root account. This is going to be your admin login. So we're just going to use admin. Okay, so it did automatically detect the correct public IP here, and we are using a static. So here you can enter your FQDN. So this is going to be our FQDN name. I'm just going to call this Telin demo. And then choose, oops. Okay, that'll work. Okay, so you can choose your domain group here. and then you can choose your preferred suffix here. So I'm just going to use telindemo.nj.3cx.us. So this is going to be a 3CX applied FQDN. You can also use a custom FQDN. If you are going to use a custom FQDN, you have to manage certs yourself. If you're using a 3CX applied FQDN, you don't have to worry about any of that. It makes your life a little bit easier using the 3CX applied FQDNs. So you can choose your ports here. So there's options for your HTTPS port, your HTTP port, your server port, and your tunnel port. You can change your HTTPS and HTTP to 443 and 80 if you want. I would leave the SIP server port and tunnel port on the default here. So this is for your internal IP. If you want to set up an internal FQDN, you can set that up here. We're just going to be using the local IP of the of our 3CX server here. Okay, so once this is created, we'll have a few last steps to the setup wizard, and then we'll be up and running. We'll start going through 3CX. This should only take a minute here. So one thing I missed while we're waiting here is obtaining a license key. So if you're brand new to 3CX, if you log into your 3CX customer portal at customer.3cx.com, I believe, I'll send that link in just a second in the chat. You'll get a free key upon first signing up that you can use. It'll be a 4 simultaneous call pro key. They used to have standard keys, but now it's just those 4 sim pro keys. And you can apply that to any instance you want, and that doesn't expire. And then depending on your partner level, so after your license spend goes up, you're going to get access, and your partner tier increases, you're going to get access to more free licenses. Okay, so moving on to our extension digit length. So this is once you've set this, this cannot be changed. So even during a backup and restore, you can't change the extension digit length. So choose this carefully. We're just going to use 3-digit extensions for our demo here. Language, country, and time zone, pretty self-explanatory. Move on from there. So system owner extension, this is going to be your default extension with admin rights. This is different than your actual admin login. They're going to have essentially the same privileges, but this will just be your system owner, like a system operator extension. So we're just going to call this demo. You can also choose your default voicemail number here. So countries that calls can be made to, this can be changed in your security settings after you've configured 3CX as well. But this just restricts country codes from being dialed on your 3CX system. So I'd recommend keeping as many disabled as possible, unless you or the client has a need for a country code being enabled. Just keep that disabled. In case someone ever does gain access to your system, they won't be able to make spam calls to international numbers. So for our testing purposes, I'm just going to keep US and Canada enabled. So this is going to be your default language prompt set. So any default prompts for the 3CX system, like IVR prompts or Q prompts or voicemail prompts, are going to be in this language. Q prompts specifically, you can actually set uh, languages on each individual queue you have. So you can that is an option there. I can show you that once we're on the queues too. Okay, and while this finishes up, I'm just going to turn my camera off here or stop sharing. Give that a minute to finish up. Does anyone have any questions so far? Screen is new and set up. Yeah, it's new as of update 18.0.7. I just that initial screen. That's new. The options haven't actually changed. I think it just looks a little fancier now. Okay, so that setup is complete. Give me just 1 second here. Okay, so here is our 3CX management console. It's just set up. Before we get logged in here, I was just going to show everybody something, which some people don't know is so if you're logging into your 3CX instance and you've lost your password, if you log in 3 times with the incorrect password, it's actually going to give you a password reset link. It's kind of helpful, or it should. Oh, it might for the system operator extension actually, maybe not our admin. As long as you have the correct username, it should be good. Um, but on from there. Okay, perfect. So the first thing we're going to see upon logging in is our 3CX dashboard. Here you can see things like system status, PBX status, which show things like trunks, how many trunks you have up, how many extensions you have up. So this is going to be your the extensions you have up over your total extensions. Number of calls in use. So what you can also do here, if you select number of calls in use, you can actually see any of your active calls. So that's pretty handy. You can also drop active calls from here too. When you see a call, it's going to show the caller, callee, call duration, and there'll be an X on the side where you can actually force a call to end. You can also see blacklisted IPs. We're going to move on to that tomorrow um, during our security overview. Call history, logs, recordings, recording quota. And then here we can actually see our firewall checker. So if we select this, you can actually, this is particularly useful for if you have like an on-site 3CX instance or you're self-hosting. You can check that your firewall is properly configured. That's in front of the 3CX system. Keep in mind, this is not going to work for remote extensions and a cloud-hosted 3CX system. I do see people get confused on that sometimes, but this is just testing the local firewall. for the 3CX instance. And it's also going to tell you, so it's going to tell you things like if SIP-LG is disabled, which will probably actually fail on here. No, we passed. So it's going to tell you if SIP-LG is disabled, and then it'll test all of the ports used by 3CX and tell you if there's any issues on those ports. It's going to stop services while it's running this test. So if you're doing this on a production instance, just keep in mind this is going to drop calls and whatnot for about a minute or two while this runs. But when you're first getting your instance set up, it is a good check to do just to make sure you got everything set up correctly. I'm not sure what the holdup here is, but let's just stop this and move on from here. That may have knocked out some of our services. Let's go check. No, we're all good. Okay, so under information, you can see things like your license key. You can also refresh or replace your license key if you select this. So if you've upgraded your license key, like say like a Pro to Enterprise, and you want to see that change on your 3CX side, you can just refresh that license key, and it should pop up. You can also replace your license key here, and then yeah, let's move on from that. You can also see license key information here. So this is going to be your license key level. So we're currently on a standard annual. You can see your number of simultaneous calls here, and then expiry date and your 3CX system version number. So we're on the latest 18.0.7.312. And then you can see your partner. You can unlink and change your partner here too. You can see your FQDN here, and then our IP address. We're going to go over logs and everything here tomorrow, I think. We may look at updates, but today, but we're not going to look at any of these logs today. So let's move on to creating a SIP trunk. So we're just going to create a Telin trunk for this. Most trunk setups are pretty straightforward, unless you're using a non-supported SIP trunk provider. But for example, for Telin, we are a supported SIP trunk provider, so there is a template for us that makes the entire trunk setup extremely easy. You have to choose a number that has at least 4 digits in length for this, but the main trunk number doesn't actually matter. But so the only thing that's required, because Telin uses IP-based trunking, the only thing that's required is that the IP of our 3CX system is whitelisted by the SIP trunk for inbound and outbound, or it's directed to that IP for inbound and whitelisted for outbound. And then to copy over our PSTN to PSTN URL to our 3CX trunk. And it's as easy as that. If we save this trunk is pretty much good to go other than missing numbers. We'll add numbers in a second here. But generally, so if it's an IP-based trunk, this is usually all you'll need. You can also use a registration-based trunk. There is registration-based trunk that that you can set up here. So register account-based, and then you just throw in your authentication ID and your password that your trunk provider gave you. And then there's also going to be, so this main trunk number that it said doesn't matter. Number itself, it doesn't matter, but this route works as a default system route. So if you have phone numbers that are added to your 3CX system and they don't have an inbound rule, so you haven't specified routing for that phone number, it's going to just follow this default trunk route in most cases. And then to actually add DIDs to this trunk, to associate a DID with this trunk, just go to the DIDs tab and then add in that DID. Give me 1 second here, and I actually am going to add it. Actually, yeah, I am going to add a DID here. Give me just 1 second. Actually, for today, it doesn't matter. Let's just use 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll add one more here. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4. All right. So we're going to come back to, we'll take a look at options, inbound parameters, and outbound parameters tomorrow in the advanced training. We will look at we will look at a brief portion of the caller ID tab today, but not just yet. I want to show you guys a couple other parts first. Oh, I left this enabled. So it does not require, we're IP based. Let's just save this trunk. All right, so we have our SIP trunk created. We can see it's green because it's IP based. It's always going to be green. But if you have a registration based trunk, it'll only show as green when that trunk is registered, and you're actually going to see your register status and attempts here on the right side. Okay, so that was the setup of the SIP trunk. Pretty straightforward. Let's move on to actually creating a user extension. We're going to create a single user extension for now. So a couple things just on the users tab, you can actually import and export the CSV file, which will, if you're exporting, it's going to contain all of your selected extensions here. So if I export this now, it's going to contain extension 100 as a CSV file. The good thing about that is you can use that export as a template. So if you want to create all your extensions via CSV, or if you're just importing from another PBX, you can export from that PBX and then import that CSV here. Okay, and then yeah, let's go to actually creating a user now. We're gonna look at groups probably a little later. So we're going to be asked for some information here. First name is required, email address is required, and actually that's it. So let's just call this demo user 1, and we're going to do demo. That'll work. Okay, so actually, I'm still not going to show you guys caller. Actually, I guess, yeah, once we hit outbound roles, I'll show you guys caller ID. So don't worry about these caller ID fields for now. But so you can also add in a mobile number. This will allow you to do things like forward to your mobile number after a certain number of rings are attempted on your IP phone or whatever you have. You can also do ring my mobile simultaneously. So that allows you to have your 3CX IP phone ring at the same time as your mobile phone number. And then, yeah, so you can also choose to assign a number directly to an extension instead of having to create an inbound rule for it. This will just automatically set in and out of office routing for that phone number to be this extension. So we can actually assign that here, and we'll see this will create an inbound rule for us, which we'll move on to in just a second here. You can also change your web client username here, or sorry, web client password here, but you cannot view your password. Okay, moving on. So the voicemail tab, this just lets you enable or disable voicemail for this extension. You can set your voicemail pin, set your voicemail language prompt. You can choose to read the date or time before any voicemail is read out. And then you can also choose to email any voicemails to your email. You can send that both to your extension voicemail box or to your email or to both. You can also choose to disable PIN authentication, so this PIN is not going to do anything. And then you can also choose to read out the caller ID of the person who left a voicemail for any voicemails. So you can also set voicemail greetings. This can be set in a couple spots. You can users can either set this themselves by dialing into their voicemail menu. For our 3-digit instance, that's just going to be dialing 999. Or there's usually a voicemail button programmed on most IP phones. So you dial into your voicemail menu, and then you can manage they can record and manage their voicemail prompt from there. But if you wanted to upload that for them, or if you're uploading this for yourself from here, you can choose to upload this file directly. We also have an option to record. So what this will do is send an automated call to an IP phone on the 3CX instance. So if I'm extension 100, I can name this. I can preemptively name this uh, voicemail file, and then when I press OK, it's going to send an automated call to extension 100. I can pick up the call extension 100, and it's going to say, please go ahead and record your voicemail prompt. I can record that prompt. As soon as that's recorded, I'll see that that new recorded prompt show up in this drop-down list. We have no voicemail prompts here, so we got nothing in this list. But it'll just use the default voicemail greeting for now, before that's set. So moving on to forwarding rules, we're actually going to go over tomorrow. But I will show you there's an option here to ring my mobile simultaneously, if you're interested in that. We'll look at exceptions tomorrow as well. Phone provisioning. So here's where we can add an IP phone to our 3CX instance. So how do we add a phone? We just click add phone or click add. We can select the template, the phone template we want to use. Actually, we can go ahead and actually provision a phone right now. So I have a snub D785. Yeah, D785 ready to go here. So let's find the D785 template. I actually have it open in this tab here. I'm just going to copy over the MAC address. And then for our instance, we're not going to be using local LAN. We're going to be using just stun. So let me go over what I just did here. So adding the phone via the add phone button, you have to punch in the MAC address. Your authentication ID and passwords. This is going to be what the phone uses for registration purposes. This password is not for the web client. Sorry, for the web UI login for that phone. If you're looking for the web UI login password, it's going to be down here, phone web page password. So you can also, I'll just go over a couple of things here. You can choose a local SIP port. You can choose your RTP ports. This is just going to be your audio port range. And then you can choose your phone display language, time zone, date format, time format. And then you can set default ringtones. There's a different, for some phones, you can set a specific queue ringtone as well. And then you can choose power LED options. So some phones allow you to show power LED notifications for missed calls and voicemails, or both or neither, things like that. Backlight count. You can also choose a logo here. So the logo is available in enterprise only. So that's why I can't select or add anything here. But you can add a logo here. If you do add a logo, make sure it's in the correct format here, because you can actually break the phone if it's not. And then here you can choose audio codecs. If you don't know, I would just leave it. How this is set up right now is it's gonna attempt each of these codecs in a top-down priority. If there's any issues with that codec, it'll just move on to the next codec. And then you can also set up VLAN configuration here. So one thing I'll mention actually at the top, which I missed, is whichever phone you have selected here, if you have multiple phones tied to this one extension, you can select that phone from the drop-down menu, and then all the settings that fall below this, you're affecting only this device. So right now, I'm only affecting the D785 provisioning settings, and here I'm just affecting the 3CX app provisioning settings. I hope that makes sense. If you have a third phone and you want to use, one phone is on SBC and one phone is on stun, that's totally fine. So one warning it's giving me here, this little blue banner, is that disallow use of extension outside of LAN in the options is enabled. This will cause any stun phones to fail on registration. So let's just go over to this section, and you'll see another banner here. We can just disable that. You can also set BLFs. So you can set things like line keys, uh, a BLF key. So this BLF key will show like a user's. It'll allow you to transfer call a user with a click of a button. It'll also show that user's presence information. So whether they're on the phone, D&D, or getting a call, things like that. You can add those BLFs here. You can also add things like custom speed dials. So you manually enter a number and name, among other things. There's also agent login, log out for if you want to if you want that. That's for queue login in and log out. And yeah, let's move on from there. We'll just leave this stuff blank. I don't think there's anything I want to go over in options today. The only thing I wanted to mention was that block remote phone using stun. And we'll actually look at rights tomorrow too, I think. So let's, we've got this phone, this B785 added. So how do we actually provision this phone? Let's just copy this provision URL. Let me just make sure you guys can see this. You cannot. So give me a second here. I'm just gonna swap screens. Okay, you should be able to see my entire screen now. Okay, so this is the Stom B785 webpage. From here, it's going to be different on most phones. It's going to be somewhat different. It's just depending on the phone you're using, but it's more.
Hey, Chris, just zoom in a click.
Oh, okay, how's that? Okay, so I just, if anyone missed that on the Stomp D785, I just went to advanced, update, and then I can paste in the provision URL. So we can just apply that, save that. And one other thing you're going to want to check when you're provisioning a phone, if you go to system information, you're going to see the firmware version number. Let me throw a link in chat here. So you're always going to want to, first of all, make sure your phones are up to date. Up to date for 3CX's latest supported firmware. So not necessarily that's not necessarily the same as the manufacturer's latest firmware. So don't go off the manufacturer's website. Go off this link I'm going to send you right here. Okay. So I just threw that in chat. So that's for every single supported 3CX phone there is. They have the supported 3CX firmware in that link. So just cross reference with that link. Find out if you're on the 3CX latest supported firmware. If you're not, then update it. Once the phone is provisioned too, as long as the phone is not like super out of date, you should be able to update firmware from the 3CX side as well. I'll show you that once this phone is actually registered. So let's actually just go ahead and reboot this phone. That's going to actually register the phone. Once that's registered, once it's actually registered, we'll see this extension turn from red to green, and we'll see a phone show up in the phones tab. Oh, hold on a second. So if you have Ring My Mobile simultaneously enabled, it's going to show the extension as always registered. So let's just disable that. There we go. It's red again. So once that phone registers, we'll actually see it show up in the phones tab, and I'll give you guys an overview of the phones tab then. Well, that's just provisioning. Let's go to our inbound rules, and let's actually start setting up inbound routing. Please zoom in. Hold on a second, guys. Actually. Is that any better there? Okay, hopefully that's zoomed in enough here. So for inbound rules, this is where we can set up our inbound routing. We can either add a DID or a caller ID rule. What's the difference? DID routes based on the number that was dialed. So on an inbound call, when an external party dials one of your numbers, this is where you configure the routing for when that number hits that dialed number hits your 3CX system. A caller ID rule, on the other hand, routes an inbound call based on the caller ID of that caller. So based on their phone number. Let's look at a DID rule first. We actually have this one for 223334444. So you can set both a destination for calls during office hours and a destination outside of office hours. This could be anything. These can either both be any extension, like a call queue, a user extension, a ring group, an IVR, um, or things like a voicemail box. Um, you can also forward this to an outside number if you want. And then we'll also notice that there's a destination for calls outside of office hours. Well, how do you set your office hours then? You can either set it up on a per inbound role basis. So you can set up specific office hours for each and every phone number that you have, and you can just configure these here. So let's say we do 8 to 5. Um, Anytime outside of these office hours, it's just going to follow your destination for calls outside of office hours. So right now, Tuesday, Wednesday to Saturday, all day long, those days are just going to fall outside of office hours and go to our destination for calls outside of office hours. Let's actually just send this to the voicemail of 101. That works. So other than that, so that's a DID rule. Let me show you the default section we can set our office hours to, and then we'll come back to the caller ID rule. But you can also set a default system-wide office hours if you go to settings, language and office hours, and these are just going to be your default system office hours. You can also set a SIP trunk specific office hours here. You go to, so sorry if I went quickly there, but that was SIP trunks. Go to your trunk in the general tab. At the very bottom, set up specific office hours for this trunk. Okay, so let's go back to our DID rule. So I think we got that all covered there. Let's look at a caller ID rule. So like I said, this is going to change the where a call is routed to based on the caller's number. So for example, if my boss's number was 111-222-3322, I could say destination to end calls. So another thing to note here is it does matter which order these rules are in. So it's going to actually it's going to check your list of inbound rules anytime an inbound call comes in a top-down priority. So depending on where, if an inbound call matches to this DID rule before it matches to this caller ID rule, it's just going to follow this DID rule. So what we want to do to ensure that this caller ID rule is always respected, we'll just throw that at the top. So okay, I think that's everything there. Just make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay. Oh, and actually, so you can actually import or export inbound rules as well. This is going to give you a CSV just like your users tab. And then you can import that to any other PBX or add in caller ID or DID rules right from the CSV file. Just make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay, so I don't think we missed anything. You can actually look at that. That phone should be up now. It is. Okay, so our phone is up. We see our extension is green. That phone is good to go. Um, okay, let's move on to outbound rules. Oh, actually, before I move on from that, so I did mention you can upgrade firmware from here. So if you select any phone or multiple phones that's in your phones tab, you can click firmware update here. If there is an available version, an available update, select that, press OK, and that's going to push that update to that phone or to to those phones. You can also choose to reboot or reprovision those phones here as well. Um, and you can add phones from here as well. Um, Depending on your setup, like if you're using SBC or your phones are local, they may just show up in your phones tab unassigned from any extension, and you can actually just assign them from the extension. Actually, with this assign extension button. So if this was not already assigned to extension 101, I could assign that to whichever extension I want, and that would push out provisioning to that extension. Um, and yeah, so that's another way of doing that. Okay, so let's take a look at outbound rules. So what do outbound rules do? Outbound rules um, match to a set of, will match any outbound dialed number um, to a set of criteria. Um, these are the four matching criteria here. So if an outbound call meets all of these matching criteria, so if you have multiple matching criteria, um, let's actually just build a rule while we're doing this, and I can kind of explain a little bit better what these do. Um, so calls, we're going to create so what our goal here is to ensure that our outbound dialed number is E164 formatted. That's just our SIP trunk requires E164 formatting for any dialed number. That's not necessarily the same case with your SIP trunk provider. But for our purposes today, let's just add this row like this. So these are going to be your matching criteria. So for an outbound rule, for an outbound call to match to an outbound rule, it has to meet every single one of these criteria. So if you have nothing listed for a certain criteria like a prefix, that's fine. It's only going to match because we only have calls to numbers with length of specified. It's only going to require that the dialed number matches is a 10-digit dialed number. If it is, it's going to follow this rule, and it's going to go out of route one because we have route one configured to go with our Telin trunk. It's not going to strip any digits, and it's going to prepend that call with a +1. That'll ensure that when a user dials a number without the +1, that dialed number will automatically be reformatted with a +1. It's going to it's going to follow our matching criteria and then be prepended. So stripping digits, actually, yeah, so stripping digits. This will just strip the first set of digits off whatever number somebody dialed. Um, and yeah. Oh, one more thing I want to mention too is there has to be some matching criteria for a rule. So a lot of people think that if you don't have anything listed in the matching criteria, it'll mean that any call can follow this outbound rule, and that's not the case. If you have nothing listed in these matching criteria, it means this rule is useless. No outbound call will ever follow this rule. It has to have at least one of these fields filled in for the matching criteria to be um, to be followed. It has to have something to match that dialed number too. There's one other thing I was going to mention here. Oh, I would be careful about setting specific extensions for these outbound rules. Um, so if you are setting specific extensions, say I only want 100 extension 101, 101. You can also do more than one extension, or you can use dashes and whatnot to set ranges. But let's say I just want extension 101 to follow this rule for my users extensions, but you're also excluding system extensions from this from this outbound rule as well. So what I mean is like queue callbacks need an outbound rule to follow. So if you don't have your queue specified, your queue extension specified in your outbound rule, it's not going to be able to make those outbound callbacks. So just be careful of that. We will take a look at extension groups in a second here, but in extension groups, you can actually specify that system extensions are a part of that extension group. Um, so if unless you have a specific reason to use specific extensions for an outbound rule, just use extension groups, and it'll easily allow you to add system extensions and whatever user extensions you want. But okay, so let's move on from our 10-digit rule. So this is when a user dials a 10-digit number, it's going to prepend that +1. So what happens if a user manually prepends the 1 themselves? Then we need an 11-digit rule. So what is that going to do? We're going to go calls to numbers with length of 11, and we're just going to prepend the +1 now. Pretty straightforward. They already prepended the 1 themselves, so all we need to do for this call is prepend the plus. Okay, so that's a couple examples. So you can also use outbound rules for like blocking purposes. If you don't want like a specific user to dial internationally, you can say I don't want extension 100 to dial in internationally. So and then we can just set all routes to block calls. So what this is going to do, block 100. Sorry, this is not going to block international calls. This is going to block all calls right now. But there's one thing we're missing here. So outbound rules work the same way as our inbound rules in the sense that they work in they're checked in top-down priority. So, and then to expand on that, so a lot of people think if a call hits an outbound rule and it matches to that rule, say we're extension 100, and we make an outbound call. This might be a confusing example, actually. Let's go take a look at 10. So a lot of people will think if a call will try, any outbound call is going to try, even if it matches to that, if it matches to that rule, it's going to try the outbound call on these routes. And if it fails on all these routes, like let's say it tries route 1, this call tries route 1, and that fails for some reason, a lot of people think it'll move on to the next rule and try that. And that's not true. So an outbound rule, as soon as it matches, sorry, an outbound call, as soon as it matches to an outbound rule, it's stuck with that rule. It'll try each of the outbound routes. If it fails on those routes, the call will end, and that's it. So you can actually set multiple routes too, and set up multiple prepends or outbound caller IDs or strips or whatever. Just so you know that's there. But so just yeah, be careful on the order you put your outbound rules in, because that can make a huge difference to whether like outbound calls even work or not. So let's just yeah, we'll leave that there. All right, so make sure I didn't miss anything here. Is there any questions on outbound rules? Is outbound caller ID name or number or both? It would be the number. It kind of depends on your SIP trunk template, but it should be your outbound number. But that does remind me, let's go over outbound caller ID quickly. So one field I did miss, which I've skipped over a few times now, is outbound caller ID. So you can set your outbound caller number here. So this is what we want our outbound caller number to show as. But there's 3 places you can set outbound caller ID. So there's your outbound rules, and then there's your user extension general tab. So if we go into extension 101, we can set our outbound caller ID here. And then there's your SIP trunk default caller ID. So if you go to your SIP trunk settings and then go to caller ID, you can set a default system caller ID here. So what's the difference? This is going to be your default system caller ID. This is going to be your lowest priority caller ID. So if caller ID is set anywhere else, it's going to use that caller ID over this caller ID. Your user caller ID would be your intermediate priority. So if you have outbound caller ID here and on your SIP trunk, it's going to take this over your SIP trunk. And then on your outbound rules, this is going to be the highest priority. If you have outbound caller ID set here, it's if an outbound call takes this outbound rule, it's always going to use this outbound caller ID. So be careful with things like if you have E911 rules set, um, you want to make sure that that this is going to be. You want to make sure you do have E911 rules set, so you're using the correct outbound caller ID for those 911 calls. So just yeah, be careful where you set that outbound caller ID, but and that is the priorities to them. Now let's move on to. We're going to move on to IVRs here. Let's see. How can you do both? Assuming.
Chris, I'm going to take David's question in a little bit more detail. So, David, caller ID and caller name are two separate pieces of the puzzle. Caller ID is always sent where caller name is best effort. You can register DIDs in the CNAM database to send that caller ID. You can set a caller ID name in from 3CX. At the end of the day, it's all based on the terminating provider and if they allow it to pass through or not. So there's instances where you can send a call with a name configured in 3CX and it may work, where there's times it may not work. Same with CNAM. If the terminating provider for the endpoint you're calling is not accepting it in the header of the invite, or if they're not doing a CNAM database lookup, then the caller ID name will not show up. That's gotten better over the years, but there still are scenarios where the terminating provider may not pass that through.
Okay, so I think we're going to move on to IVRs now, or digital receptionists. So if we go to our IVR tab here, we can actually just add an IVR here. So with an IVR allows, when an inbound rule is routed to this IVR, it'll allow you to set specific actions based on a key press. If we're just looking at our standard type IVR here, we'll go over the other types in a second here. But if if an inbound caller presses 0, we can set that to go to extension 100. We can set queues, ring groups, other digital receptionists, voicemails, call by name. So call by name, what that does is when an inbound caller presses the call by name menu, it'll allow them to input the first three of a user's first name or last name, and then it'll match to that user. If there's multiple users that share that same dial pattern, that 3-digit dial pattern, it's just going to read those users off and say press 0 for Martha, press 2 for press 1 for Stuart, things like that. So one other thing for call by name. So every user that wants to use call by name has to go into their voicemail menu and press option 5. It'll allow them to record a self ID prompt. That'll just play anytime that user is selected in the call by name menu for an inbound caller. So call by name will not work unless every user or any users you want the call by name to be available for have set their self ID prompt in their voicemail menu. So that's the voicemail menu and then option 5. Okay, so let's look at the IVR types. So we have our standard type, which just allows 0 to 9 key presses. And it also allows, so whenever you hit an IVR, and it's a standard type, you can also dial any extension you want at any time. So any user extension. So what I see some people do is instead of like if they're a small business, they can, instead of doing a call by name menu, they can just in their IVR prompt, they can just say for extension or for Wendy dial extension 101, and any user can dial any extension at any time from this IVR if it's in standard mode. DTMF does not allow for that, so you can only dial the specified DTMF options here, and it'll allow you to set up to 3 digits, a 3-digit dial. So I could do 505 for connecting to a queue, for example. But so if a user presses a DTMF key that is not included in these menu options, it's just going to repeat your prompt. You can also use launch scripts. I'm not going to go over that here, but yeah, we're not going to go over that here. And you can also set a wake up IVR. So this is specifically for like hotels, for example. It allows users to dial into this IVR extension number. So if any user dials extension 800, it's going to allow them to set a date and time to get a wake up call. So pretty much it there. So one thing I missed here is your destination. So on a standard type, which is what most people use, you're going to have a destination for invalid or no DTMF input. So one trick though is if you leave no input within the specified number of seconds to end call, that'll often disconnect any robocallers in your IVR. A lot of them won't input like a DTMF tone. So just setting your IVRs to disconnect the call after the timeout is reached is a good idea in a lot of cases. You can also set a destination if the prompt is invalid. And if the prompt is invalid, that would mean that key is not included here, or that user extension doesn't exist, or that extension in general doesn't exist. Oh, and then, yeah, you can also set the language here. So you can set specific language, prompt languages for IVRs and queues, like I said in our setup there. I don't actually think we have any use for this. Let's just cancel out of here. And let's move on to ring groups. Okay, so you can set different kinds of ring groups. You can either set well, let me just talk about what a ring group is to begin with. So a ring group is just a way of combining multiple extensions. So when this ring group extension is hit, it'll dial each of those extensions simultaneously or one at a time, depending on your ring group configuration. And then there's also a paging group though too. Let's take a deeper look at just our regular ring group first, and we'll look at paging group after. So based on our paging strategy, or sorry, our ring strategy, we'll determine how users that are added as group members will be rung. So let's say we have both these extensions in here. If we have prioritized hunt, it's just going to try to ring extension 100 first. If 100 is not available on the phone D&D, it's going to move on to 101. It'll also, even if 100 is available, it's only going to ring them for 20 seconds before it moves on to 101. You can also set up a ring all group though too, and this will ring both extensions at the same time for 20 seconds. Once those 20 seconds are reached, it's going to go to your destination of no answer, which is currently end call, but you can set anything you want here. Okay, so let's save this. I don't think we have any use there. Page group. So how a paging group works, it's essentially the same as a ring group. You can tie multiple extensions together. So when you gal this paging group extension, it'll ring all group members in this paging group. What's the difference then with the ring group? It's one-way audio. So the person who dials in, it'll open the speaker of any users included in this paging group. So if I dialed in, it's going to open the speaker on 100 and 101, and allow me to one-way talk through that call connection. So there's multiple ring strategies. You can either use just a regular paging group, or you can use a paging multicast group. Difference is a paging group, I believe, let me just double check. I believe it's good for up to 64 extensions. Yes, 64 extensions. Um, the cool thing about just a regular paging group too is all of the group members can, it doesn't matter whether they're provisioned via local SBC, stun, or if they're using like the 3CX Windows app or something, it'll page them and that'll work regardless. If you're using multicast, you can use, the difference is you can use as many extensions as you want, but the extensions have to be local. Okay. All right, so I actually want to look at queues. Give me 1 second here. I'm just going to pull up because we're using a standard license. I don't actually have access to queues here. But I'm just going to pull up queues from another instance of mine here. Give me just 1 second.
While Chris is getting set up, if anyone has any questions, feel free to throw them in chat.
All right. Okay, so let's take a look at queues here. So if you're on a Pro or Enterprise license, this is just an old license that we were using on that other instance. You'll have access to queues. So what's the difference between like a queue and a ring group? A queue just keeps callers on hold until listening to hold music until an agent becomes available. And it also gives you a few other options for things like prompts and then music as well. You can set music and then you can do things like, well, let's just add a few users here first. So how do you add users? Just under the agents tab. So let's add, no, actually, let's not add users here. Okay, let's leave this as is. Okay, so you have a number of different polling strategies here as well. Things like, so we have the same as prioritized hunt and ring roll. You can also do things like round robin, least talk time, fewest answered, and then skill-based routing is kind of cool. So let's do skill-based routing, ring all. So what this allows for, let us add some extensions here. So when we have that skill-based routing set, it allows us to assign a skill group to every user. One being the highest, and then highest down. So skill-based routing, this is going to ring extensions.
Chris, you lost your Zoom, buddy. Can you zoom back in? People are having a hard time seeing.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. How about that? Is that better? So let's go back here. I'll start that over. So if we select a skill-based routing, a polling strategy, it allows you to assign a skill group to each agent. One is the highest priority, and 3 or below is lowest. Um, this will prioritize, like depending on the polling strategy, this will prioritize your team members in skill group 1, for example. So if we have 100 and 101 in skill group 1, it's going to prioritize bringing these extensions over 102. It's only going to ring 102 if both 100 and 101 are unavailable. Okay, so and then there's also, so I see people get confused. There's maximum queue wait time here, but then there's also ring time. So what's the difference? Maximum queue wait time is the total amount of time a user will be, an inbound caller will be kept in this queue um, before, other than ringing an extension. So if an agent becomes available and that extension rings, it's only going to ring that extension for 30 seconds, at which point it's going to go to the destination of no answer, destination of no answer here. So the maximum queue wait time, this 1800 seconds, it will only be respected if no agents become available during that time. So if an agent becomes available, they get off a call and they're available, then it'll ring them, and it'll only ring for those 30 seconds before going to the destination if no answer. So you can also set music on hold here. So this is the same as like your voicemail prompt menu. There's a drop-down list. You can add files from your local PC. Send an automated recording to a phone if you wanted. I don't know why you would do that for music on hold, but and then you can also manage your prompts, delete and download prompts from there, or music on hold. So you can also choose to add an intro prompt. So this will play before and over top of your music. This will play when a user first hits the call queue. You can also choose this option, play entire prompt before it attempts dialing agents. So if you're like a one example would be like a medical clinic during COVID, and they need like a COVID disclaimer played before an agent is rung. They need that inbound caller to hear that entire prompt. And you can just select this option. So you can also announce the queue caller position. This is just going to say, hey, you're caller number 3 in the queue, or caller number 2, or whatever, and you can choose the interval for that announcement. Under advanced tab, we have options for callback. So I did mention the outbound, that your outbound rules don't exclude your system extensions like call queues and so queue callbacks. So you can choose to enable queue callback when a user by default presses 2. Then it'll offer them a callback. So what that will look at like for the agents, if an inbound caller presses 2, it's going to say, okay, we'll call you back soon, more or less. And it's going to hang up that call. And then as soon as an agent becomes available, an automated call from 3CX is going to be made to that agent that's now available. As soon as that agent picks up, it'll be outbound. It'll be connected to an outbound call that's dialing the user that requested that call back. Hope that makes sense. You can also choose to offer the callback feature after a certain timeout. Okay, so wrap up time. You can set things like wrap up time, maximum callers in queue, and SLA time. So wrap up time will give any users that have just it'll give them this many seconds before any new inbound calls can reach their extension. So if you need users, you want to give users 30 seconds to like open a ticket or update a ticket or whatever before they get any new calls. You can set that here. You can set maximum callers in queue before they go to the destination no answer. You can set a priority queue. So if there's agents that are in 2 different queues, if there's common agents in 2 different queues, you can set one queue as a priority queue. That'll prioritize calls to this queue to those agents before the non-priority queue. SLA time, this is going to trigger things like notifications to a queue manager if this SLA time is breached. And then queue recording. So you can either choose to allow users to opt in or opt out of call recordings while they're hanging out in this queue. Depending on like the medical industry is this one is really important, and it's heavily dependent on uh, your local regulations. But some states and provinces require users to have to opt into a queue, or vice versa, or it requires they have an opt out option. Um, but yeah, I would check your local laws to make sure that you're in compliance. And I think we'll just move on to, so notifications here. We can set a queue manager. This will notify the manager when for certain things like callbacks, SLA time, callback fails, or queue calls are lost. And then you can just add one or more extensions as the queue manager. This will also allow that queue manager on the 3CX web client to view statistics for that queue. So like total talk time for that day, or like maximum waiting time for inbound callers, and then agent performance as well, like total talk time per agent, things like that. So you can set the queue manager can see that for any agents in their queues on their web client. Okay, so that was a call queue. Let me just make sure, but I think that was pretty much everything we're going to go over today. I just make sure I didn't miss anything here. I think that was pretty much everything. Does anybody have any questions? Well, you can hang up for a while and answer as many questions as anyone wants. Uh, if somebody wants to be taken,
Go over setting up ATAs and stuff.
setting up ATAs.
Yeah, is that in advance, or can we touch on that today? There's a couple of people asking questions on where you go to set
Oh,
up
like
an
a
ATA
fax
device.
ATA? Yeah, we can. Yeah, so if you just go to advanced FXS DECT, you can select your brand, so like a Grand Stream or whatever, and then
This is important for DECT phones as well, everybody, because
yes,
they don't set up under the extension as previous.
yeah, DECT phones as well. Um, so let's actually, I can't actually add one right now. But so you'd add the fax ATA, and you'd also add a fax extension under here. So this is going to be our fax extension. This is where we can set the caller ID for that fax extension. Um, and then once you open that fax, once you add the fax ATA here, there's two tabs. There's your general tab where you can do things like change the provisioning method, just like a regular phone. And then you can also add the extension. So if it's fax ATA, go to the extensions tab and make sure you add in that fax extension. A lot of fax ATAs won't work if it's not specifically a fax extension. If you're using like a user extension, I mean, instead of a fax extension, it may not work. Um, but yeah, so and then yeah, you also add Dex phones from here as well. Um, fax ATAs, just so you know, um, they are not going to show up under your phones tab. Dex phones will. Dex phones will show up under the phones tab. But if you want to actually see your the registration status for your fax ATA, if you go to dashboard and then go to system extensions, let's look for our fax extension. Yeah, so here's that fax extension we just added, 880, and it's currently set to unregistered. So if we did register our fax AT to that, it would show up green there. Um, yeah, was that did that make sense?
Alexander, I'm assuming you just have a pro license, so skill-based routing is enterprise only.
Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned that.
So faxing guys. I mean, my biggest suggestion, if they want to use a traditional fax machine, is to use a fax service, ATA. It's compliant, it's reliable, it transmits via HTTPS, so it's secure encrypted. You'll pass any compliance requirements with PCI or HIPAA guidelines. I wouldn't even bother with trying to fax with ATAs through VoIP. eFax is the way to go. You can set it up to go to secure mail. You can set it up to go to do job prints. You set up user groups, restrictions that only certain users can access certain faxes based on the number dialed. I would not try to mess around with using ATAs through voice over IP, trying to do T38 or G711 pass through. It's not going to be reliable. It's not secure, and your customer is going to have a bad time. Yeah, Tim. It's not just the Grand Stream ATAs, Tim. That's the common case with most ATAs going through voice over IP, especially depending on provider. Um, a fax requires all the packets. If packets are dropped anywhere, I mean, it just makes for a bad day. It destroys the whole fax. Joe, what are you looking for a step-by-step procedure document for? Jesse, Telin also offers a eFax solution as well. Is anyone looking, any partners looking for an eFax solution? Telin has a wholesale eFax solution that we offer as well.
You can choose to get a pre-programmed fax ATA with that too, with our eFax solution.
Yep, and that's what I was talking about. The fax ATA actually uses HTTPS to transmit, so it's reliable and secure and it's compliant. Joe, I mean, an ISO file, yes, you can and should use the ISO file if you're trying to self-host and install it in your own Linux system. I think somebody else asked that question up above about the Linux command to install, et cetera, et cetera. Anyone that wants more information, you can reach out to our support team. Telin also offers a fully managed hosting solution, so you can learn some more about that as well. You don't have to deal with the server. There's a lot of feature set wrapped around it as well. Ramston, I think he's going to go over the wallboard tomorrow. I think that should come up in the advanced side.
Yeah, we can go over the wallboard and the advanced side.
You got a few minutes now. You just want to pull up the wallboard and just kind of do a brief overview of it.
Sure. Yeah, just give me 1 second here. Okay, let me just zoom in here. Hopefully that's good. Okay, so just logging into my 3CX web client. So this is our 3CX wallboard. It allows you to, I did mention like queue managers can see things like queue statistics and individual agent statistics. You can do that from the wallboard here too. You can also choose to call video conference agents from here, and you can see user logged into.
Chris, they're looking at the regular wallboard. If you go click on the top right, click all, and just go down the wallboard.
Yeah. I was gonna go to the wallboard after too. That we're gonna do kind of an overview of the panel tab.
Yeah, if you want to, do the whole panel, go
Yeah,
for it.
we're here, so I might as well just briefly mention it. So when you're on the panel tab here too, you can actually see any inbound and outbound calls, and then you can see if a call is hitting the queue. You can see which queue it's hitting. You can also, if you right click on any inbound call and you have the proper permissions, which we'll go over tomorrow, you can do things like divert a call to another extension. You can barge into a call. So if one of your agents is on a call, you can barge into that call, which is like a forced conference call. You can whisper into a call, which means only your agent could hear you and not the external party. And you can also do things like end the call. You can also see individual queues this way. So that was for all queues. You can see individual queues here. So it looks like we have two queues. Um, our 808 queue, we can see who's logged in and out of that queue. Here we can see queue statistics for the agent here. So this is going to be answered and unanswered calls for this agent. You can see when they're logged in from, and you can log in and log out that user here. And then you can see we can see at the bottom queue statistics for this specific queue. So average talking, average waiting, longest waiting, abandoned calls, service calls, and waiting calls. Okay, so let's take a look at the wallboard. So here's going to be um, our we're going to see a number of statistics here. So like pretty much the same thing I just went over for those individual queue statistics, but how many agents are busy, total callbacks, waiting time, total waiting time answered, and then you can choose. Uh, yeah, and that's pretty much it.
All right. Let me go ahead and get some registration link for you guys.
Joe, yeah, we do usually a couple times a year. We'll do in person like a full 3CX training, which will set you up. That'll include the exam too. But those are it takes quite a while to go over all the information you need to pass the exams. So these are meant to be a little bit more a little bit briefer. These are only a couple hour, 4 hours total, 2 hours per day. That these online trainings. The in-person trainings are 4 hours per day for 2 days. Sorry for let me think about this. Yeah, for 2 days, 4 hours a day for 2 days, um, and that's just barely enough time to get over all the information you need for the basic and advanced certification. But in those courses, we do help you. We will answer any questions you have during the exam. You take the exam in person with us, and um, so if you have an opportunity to come out to one of those, um, I'd recommend it.
Yeah. So we do include. There should be two more for us this year, Joe. Real quick, everybody, I just shared a link in the chat. That is to sign up for your DoorDash credit. But Joe, we have one that we have slated for September, and I believe November. September, I believe we're aiming for Tampa, and November, I believe, is selected for Vegas. That is the tentative locations right now, and the tentative months. We should be able to fall within those months, but we will have 2 more this year. Again, the link for the DoorDash credit is in the chat for everybody. If you want to click on that, sign up for your credit.
Do we have?
Chris, why don't you go ahead and just click on that link and display it on the share screen? So just for anybody that may not hear me here.
So we'll leave this open for another couple minutes. But is there any other questions anybody has? I can go over anything. I'm happy. I mean, we had time slated for the next 25 minutes. So if there's any questions, now's the time. As long as if it's something in the advanced, then we'll get to that tomorrow. But can we get a copy of this presentation? Yeah, I think I believe Mona was recording the presentation.
Yeah, the recording's being recorded, and Mona will be posting this at some point in the next day or 2.
Yeah, this will be posted. Yeah, let me give you a link to our YouTube channel actually too. We have a lot of informative content on there.
So Alexander, it's not so the option is not to enable or record dial by name. Chris, can you go into a call queue real quick and go to options?
Yep, yeah, for sure. So I just threw our YouTube channel in there too. Yes, where's the option 5 to enable or record dial by name?
Yeah, just go to call queues real quick. I think I know what he's talking about. Go to call queues and options.
Oh, actually,
I think what he's talking about is the caller opt in or opt out of recording, which is in the call queue settings.
give me 1 second to just get my other instance open here.
Lawrence, we have a pretty robust eFax setup. To learn more about it, I would recommend contacting sales at telin.com, and one of the account managers can give you a full overview of it. So go ahead and go to advanced. I believe this is what you're talking about is, where is it here? Scroll down, callback mode, callback, scroll down, it's in here somewhere.
Sorry, you talked about in your voicemail menu? Is that what he said?
You're zoomed in too far. No, I think he's talking about the opt-in, opt-out of recording.
Oh, that was under, yeah, queue recording right here. If that's what you're talking about.
There it is. It's DTMF3.
Hold on. You said, do you mean the option for dial by name in the voicemail menu?
I don't understand what he's asking. He's asking to enable or record.
I think he might be talking about the dial by name prompt. Can you confirm, Alexander? The dial by okay. Dial by name prompt. So you'd dial into your voicemail on each user extension, and then it will be option 5. It'll read you out all your voicemail options, and option 5 should be your self ID prompt. As long as they've recorded that as long as that's recorded on all of your user extensions, or any user extensions you want to work for dial by name, then you're good to go. So dialing into your voicemail menu, that would be if you're on a 3-digit extension length system. By default, that's going to be dialing 999. Okay, yeah, no problem at all. I don't think we'll have time to cover. We might briefly touch on CRM integrations tomorrow. Lawrence, so it is our own eFax service. If you give this sales line a call, I'll throw all of our contact details. Oh, yeah, it looks like Josh already sent that, sales@telin.com. Yeah, give sales an email and um, they can discuss our eFax solution with you a little further. How many hours of voicemail and call recording can be stored? Good question. So there's it's handled in two different spots. So recording, if you go to your dashboard and go to recordings, you can actually set your recording quota. Um, so that's going to show you your use space here for, this is specifically just for call recordings, not for voicemails. And then so you can set your quota here. You can set up things like auto cleaning options. Because Oh, you have auto archive enabled. Okay, that's fine. But you can generally set up things like auto cleaning, so it'll automatically delete any recordings older than whatever amount of days you specify. You can send email notifications when a certain percentage of your quota is met. Uh,
Yeah, Chris, I think what he's just asking is how much can he save? And Chris, yeah,
oh,
Chris is correct. I mean, it really depends on your setup, where you're storing them, how large of a hard drive, what your retention period requirements are. Are you archiving? I mean, there are a lot of options and a lot of different settings to determine how much you want to save.
yeah, and you can often
Um,
offload a lot of that data. You don't have to keep it on the local machine, which is important in some cases too, like with like a medical clinic, for example. Like medical clinics usually want you to keep call recordings for like could be could be years. Like a hospital, especially, it might be 5+ years they have to keep recordings for. In which case, you might want to compress and then like offload those recordings to wherever.
yes, so the coupon is your registered email. The system will does an auto clean. So any spam emails or domains that don't exist, it will DoorDash themselves will auto clean it. So please use your registered email address or company email address to register for the DoorDash credit.
So if you guys just, I don't know if you saw that, but if you go to settings voicemail, you can also set your voicemail quota here.
Alexander, that's kind of a loaded question. I would say that there's nothing that 3CX is going to do to improve inbound voice quality, as I don't believe there is an issue. Inbound voicemail, inbound voice quality can be dependent on many things: network edge, codec, origination. There's so many things that can cause a quality issue on the inside, on the inbound. If you're saying extension to extension calling is fine, then I would look at your trunking service, how it's traversing through your NAT, where your server's hosted, and that NAT or potential NAT, what codecs are being used or prioritized. There's a lot of things to look at if you're having inbound voice quality. As for the PBX being the cause of inbound voice quality, um, that I've never seen and I don't believe is a thing. Um, Most likely it has something to do with the configuration.
Yes, I have never once seen 3CX be the cause of voice quality issue. Um, the only, I guess, the only exception to that is a under spec 3CX server. So if you haven't followed 3CX's recommended specifications based on your extension count, um, then that can cause voice quality issues. But I've never once found an instance where the culprit of a voice quality issue was 3CX itself. It's almost always, like 80% of the time, a local network issue, and sometimes it could be like an ISP issue, or whatever. But I would say there's a lot of let me just read this.
Oh, you're talking about the sound codecs.
Oh,
so you're talking about like a stereo codec, et cetera, et cetera. Alexander, I mean, I would almost look at what you're using to adjust the files. I'd be curious to get a sample file of yours and throw it into an audio mixer and just kind of see everything. I mean, if you're starting off with a poor quality audio file and you're converting it to the mono, and I mean, you're gonna pump out garbage. So I'd be really curious to see what you're starting with. If you start with a decent file and you use a good converting tool, generally I don't see any problems with it. I do agree that it'd be nice to have stereo, but I don't know if it's really needed. Using I don't know what 3.6's page is using. I know myself. I use Audacity, so I'd be curious to see what it looks like on the options for sound file work. Yeah, so I use Audacity myself. I split the stereo apart. So I take the actual stereo file, high quality stereo file, I split it and then convert it from there, and I've never had any problem with pushing out a decent quality sound. Yeah, try Audacity. Start with a good stereo, good quality sound file, and use Audacity to split the channels apart and delete one, and you should be able to get a good recording.
Did that DoorDash link work for everybody? Okay, good.
David, there's no email for it. We just posted it in the chat. I'll repost it here again. So that link right there will go to the DoorDash. Okay, yeah, David. So that's got to go through a scrub process first. I would suspect. I think the release on it, because there's 2 days of training, the release is Thursday or Friday. So it goes through DoorDash's scrub process. It removes known spam emails and et cetera. Then it generates the tokens and sends them out. Unfortunately, it's not instantaneously.
Is there any last questions from anybody? I'm gonna get ready to close this down pretty soon here. So, if there's no last questions, let me know now.
Yeah. Thanks for everybody for joining. I am actually leaving myself, and look forward to seeing everybody back on here tomorrow.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, thanks for coming. I'm going to shut this down now, but hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow. It was my pleasure. All right, guys. We'll see ya.